person without status. A rejected member of society. A being with no place in our world.
This whole thing is taking so long to set up. It is making no sense. But welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a great week. Cody, welcome on in. I hope everything is fine. We have some news. That's it. We don't have great nor bad news today, which I know. We have a questionable news. You know what? That's gonna be a thing. That is going to be a thing. But that's most of the things. We have too much hair. That will not change. I have too much hair. I need a haircut. That's gonna happen next week. That's for sure. But we have some good news when it comes to perfume. There was a bit of an issue with the sync system again. Again, basically the thing that I sent last week as an update for everyone was working, is working, it's still good, but because of that update and the fact that I changed something in the sync for the perfume bottle image, the personal private your collection sync from your phone to iCloud to your other devices, CyberSect, welcome on in, was not working. So it was basically on pause, and this is because this is the questionable news. This was my fault, entirely my fault. I forgot to deploy the schema update. Questionable news. Yeah, that's about it. I just forgot. I forgot to press the button and say, well, this is going to be updated inside of the production schema, and now I just did, and it's fine, and everyone get the sync back, and it might crash your app at least once, but that's fine. That is fine. Feels welcome on in. I have some good news for you. I have some good news for you. I mean, I have some news for you. I don't have anything running at the moment. My computer is freaking out. Everything is requesting too much power, and therefore, things are in a bad place. But you're probably gonna like it. You're probably gonna like it. It's gonna be fine. It's going to be fine. So, let me load this organized shit. I know you can't see shit. Don't worry about it. That's normal. That is normal. I small changes, not big changes, small changes, but good enough changes nonetheless. I spent this morning um, doing a bit of the details, the thing that I want to have across everything. But yeah, isn't it free? Cybersect? That's crazy. That's a good point. That that's a good point. Also, congrats. I thought it would have been in prod by now, but well, congrats on that. Um so so the first thing is just transitions in between pages and channels, specifically the channels that have like a lot more messages than others. So, you know, when you're doing these things and changing place makes sense. It's a smidge of nothing, but it's helpful. you now have the ability to create joining a server directly. I don't know why it's that green for now. I'm still thinking about it. And create a server as well, which I think if you change the colors here, it should change the rest of the selections, but that's a debatable point. I don't know yet. But that's new. The This section right here is still broken, as you can probably not tell and not see, but maybe when I'm zoomed in, it's clipping vertically and horizontally very sharp, and it didn't uh, doesn't take the shadow, like the shadow doesn't bleed through. I don't even think this is visible on stream with the tiniest amount of anything. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. The most important thing is this: just switching servers has a nice transition in the background and a nice transition in the channels, the members, the currently selected. Like if I had something, it's gonna reopen exactly where I left off in terms of channel, not in terms of scroll. So that's something that I don't really like. If you scroll up and then you move to something else and then you come back, it's gonna bring you back at the beginning. So it's fine, but it's not the best option. I do think that if you move from channel A to channel B because you needed to copy paste something and go back up, like that's a bit of a pain in the ass. But that's a small thing. It's not something that I will be able to fix, and that's the reason why I said you can fix that as well. I said that in my head, and I was right. So that has changed. The other thing that I have changed is the DM section to have a bit of a better layout. As I said last time, it was kind of similar, but it's like not necessarily working the same. So having that teeny animation thingy is working. And then if you click on it again, it goes back to the last server in which you were. So it's not like it's basically a load DM on top of the content and then goes back to where you were. Not really like a navigation system. You can use it as a navigation system, but I feel like it's also a good option. And then the notification tray, which we didn't have, it has a bit of an issue with the transition right now, specifically the close, and the fact that it's like resizing the text within. But you know, it's not bad. It is not bad. The the rest is the same. The settings are the same. I just added the animations here because why the fuck not? And and obviously the default theme is very, very dark, and that's the point. So we have the thing that we talked about on Wednesday with just the highlighted parts for the elements. So the text input is going to be lighter than the rest because it is the closest to you in terms of surfaces. But then when you're switching from another place, it makes sense. The thing that I've done with the theme is that if you have the orbs placed like in a very different placement, like let's say that this is the thing for this theme specifically, it's going to move them accordingly and change their color when you're switching themes or switching server. So that is a pretty potential thing. I don't know. It's just an idea. But the thing that I have right now that is not really good, because obviously there are stuff that I've done that are not good, is the fact that the server, server, the theme server is currently available for everyone. So that's not necessarily the thing that you want to have. Um, and on top of that, the selected color is impacting your profile picture. So if you switch from server A to server B, it's just gonna your profile picture is gonna change color. which is a very bad thing. But I mean, it's not. It's nothing. But nonetheless, the action color, I mean, basically, it's taking accent instead of taking the image. It's gonna need to take an image, as mentioned before. You would be able to like edit your profile and change your profile picture and so on, which would make a lot more sense than just having that. But every single badges, buttons, things is going to take the theme of the server in which you are currently looking. So if I'm switching here, it's going to switch slowly to the other color. The orbit is the best option because it's red, so we go from a red to a purple to a blue, back to a red. You can basically see what happens when it happens, so that's cool. And because I don't, I mean, not because I don't know why. I don't know why I did it, but I did it. I did it. If you have a notification and you click on the notification, it sends you to the channel and the message in question where the things are supposed to be, so that you can like quickly navigate from server to server, from notification to notification, because it's just like that makes more sense to me. If you open your thing, you want to be able to navigate. So that is small detailed, small things here and there. It makes sense. It's not the best here and there for like the accessibility of some of the buttons. They don't look that good when it comes to their placement. Why, it's fine. If you just wanted to do something like this, for example, and you wanted to have like your server was just the bottom highlighted, you could do that. You can do that. And it would work. Not gonna lie, this is a cute theme. Cute ass theme. But yeah, just as a thing, I feel like this is pretty good. I have tried something and it doesn't make sense, and I couldn't figure it out. So the stuff that we were talking about with the close button being similar to what we have here, where it truncates the name and just showcase the close. I tried to do that, doesn't work. And then the other thing that pisses me off is the notification badge thingy on the server itself. I don't think this works. I think this is more distracting than anything, and it would potentially be better if it was like an activity badge on the server itself. But for now, I don't know exactly how to lay out that in a way that makes sense. So I'll figure it out. But that's where we are so far. I think it's pretty good. It's working. You can navigate through things, experiment here and there. This one seems to be a bit red. It makes sense, but it seems to be a bit red in light mode, but in dark mode is like absolutely black. So I don't know exactly why, but that's the case. So yeah. Oh yeah, and that as well. Also, this is something that doesn't make any sense, but if you are on the server and you use that button, it closes the server like a regular tab. Like a regular tab. So that's I mean in Chrome. So that makes a lot of sense. It needed to happen for the behavior. I think I have everything to say, is this good or is this not good? Because this is still just a prototype for me. I still haven't decided if this is a good direction for the project or not. What happened when you choose them all? When you open all of the servers that you have access to, which also I changed some of the things, you have a bit of a glow on the one that is currently selected. Close them all. Oh, my bad. I don't know. I haven't checked that. That's a fair point. If you choose them all, you have all of that open, but if you close them all, you can't. You can't collapse the last one. So you are always forever at least in one of them. So that button should not be there, but yeah. I didn't plan for that, but it works. I guess my guess would be go to like the DMs if you close everything, but I don't think that makes sense. I feel having one of them being open makes sense. Um, just a bit, not too much, but just a bit. So yeah, that might be good. The issues that I've seen is this: when you select something and you are in the no themed version, you just gray highlighted. So it's not the best. It's not the best visibility and so on, but it's fine. It's fine. Security sections, or not security sections, but like safeguard when it comes to the animation, because that animation is cute, obviously. But if you have a channel with like 1,000 message, I made sure that it takes the viewport height +5, basically, so that if you are just loading the conversation, anything that is in the viewport is going to load with the animation, and everything that is above is going to be loaded instantly, so that you can just go back and scroll up if you wanted to. But yeah, the thing that I kind of worked on earlier today was this teeny animation for, you know, new messages and so on, and it's working. It's fine. It's not the best, but it's fine. It's just not working when you don't have enough messages to scroll the thing. Basically, when you don't have enough messages, when it's the beginning of the conversation, you end up with that teeny tiny jump off thing, and I can't figure out exactly how to do the animation properly. And as soon as you reach the top, like right here, I'm gonna have enough to trigger the scroll off the element. But yeah, just yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So yeah, that's a teeny tiny thing. It's working. I don't know. So the system, I don't know if I saved that. I think I did, but I forgot everything. Did I delete it? I may have deleted it. I did it. Basically, what I'm doing is this. You're typing, you're in step one. This is the edge of the container. At the instant you press enter, I'm basically loading the message under the container and then sliding the entire thing. But because of some reason, it doesn't slide when it doesn't have enough height to slide the thing. So it's a bit of a weird thing. And I think I know why that happens. I also didn't want to have like calculation happen on every message, you know? And I also want to make sure that if you have user A, C, and D that are sending messages basically at the same time, that it's not like staggered weird with the space that is stacked. So that's the reason, like it's stacking basically underneath, so that you have all the messages that will load at their delays, but it is part of the stack. So that's the system, but it's a bit of a weird thing, and I don't know. I don't know. But yes, you will probably be able to fix it better than I can because I couldn't. That's the thing. But I feel like I have, as I said, everything that I needed to have in order to get uh, to the usability and the assurance that this is a good option to replace Discord for people. The fact that it's closer to Slack might be the issue. If you load it with a theme, like instead of default being gray, like I needed that to be able to add the color wash on top of everything, it would make more sense, but it's also kind of debatable. But yeah, I still don't know. I still feel like there are stuff that are missing. You could use this for sure, and make that work, but there are like small details that would need to be added here and there. Jerome, hi, welcome in. Happy scam to you too. Is today a day you're lending? I guess you're not lending. Damn, that's crazy. That is that is so sad. Oh my god, that was so slow. Am I lending? I doubt it. I doubt it. I could with that. No, no, I'm gonna be on the edge. Hmm. Just yeah, exactly. God damn. That is that is crazy that both of you on the pixel that is just not the landing pad. That's wild. That is wild. Damn. I think that's the first time I'm seeing side to side. Anywho, anything else in there, as in the emoji picker that is in there, the file attachment, the GIF selection, all of that, I didn't do anything. And as always, or as I said, that thing is still there, so that's working. It still does the job with the alignment with the presentation, and same thing with the addition of the message, so that's fine. But yeah, I didn't reintroduce the selection over yet in the edits, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't change anything. Um, so yeah, overall, I feel like it's a pretty okay ID when you look at the difference between Discord and this. I feel like there is something interesting about it. Um, it's a like we are losing a bit of height when it comes to the tabs at the top, but also we're getting a bit of width. And then the other thing that I was thinking about but didn't really put too much thinking in is the mobile version and the smaller screen versions, which is basically what I'm playing here. We end up with shit like this, which is absolutely not acceptable. And this is basically a system of, oh, okay, if you are like opening something that would make the main container where the chat is smaller than X value, then you need to contract or retract some of the panels within if that is an option. Otherwise, you need to move into the other navigation system, and this is something that I don't have in place yet, but planning on potentially. So maybe, maybe I don't know exactly what to do. But yeah, that's most of the thing that I've been working on. Um, it's simple. It kind of works. I can now, I think, I should be able to invite you to the GitHub repo. I think I can do that. I think I can do that. So that you have access to it and do shit. Which I don't know what I need. I don't know if I need just your GitHub handle, or if I need your email, if I need something else. I have never invited people to work with me, so I have no clue. I have no clue. This would be good though. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not what I want. Oh, the repo needs to be public in order for me to give you access to the thing? Makes no sense. That makes no sense. No sense. My bad. My bad. I forgot about this. I haven't logged in into anything in so long that I need to prove I am myself. Goddamn, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Yeah, I am in the settings, and I think I can add you, and then I need to have your username, your full name, or your email, which I think you sent me, or Stony sent me the, or you sent me the GitHub repo somewhere in the app, I think. I think you did. You didn't. Kathy. Yeah. I need your username. Which I don't know which one it is. I don't know if it's exactly written the same way, or if it's something else. That's interesting. There are two people with the same name. It's interesting. I know which one you are, but interesting. You have been invited to the repo. Yeah, there is someone that has the display name with the numbers, and you have the handle with the numbers, but your display name is yourself. I mean, the name that we know. So I could have just typed high feels, and it would have been good. Yeah. But now you got access. You got access. You can either contribute if you want, or just like pull the shit out of it, and it will be fine. I do think that there are a lot of issues in this thing. So, yeah, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. That's the most chaotic thing. Created the repo yesterday. Mm, this is bad. This is bad. But yeah, all of the others, uh, you might you might see this one day. I don't know. You can see where I'm more active than other places. I need to go back to this because there are some stuff that could be updated. Maybe. I don't know. We have like no news whatsoever. Great, welcome on in. How's your day going? How is everything? Yeah, 119. That we are getting like we're basically gaining one user every 2 days, which is really bad. I need a lot more people. I need a lot more people. But it's fine. It's fine. I think what I need to check is uh my clerk dashboard, which I can't do that on stream. Have a good coffee. I drank a thing that made me laugh because it has like a bit of a, I think, Netherlands name on it. Which is not what I was expecting, but I let me go here. That's gonna make a lot more sense. This is Italian, obviously, right? This is mostly for cat and so on. It's not gonna be visible. Basically, the intense flavor, right here, is written in Netherlands thing right there, and so the intense smack is just not something that I'm used to see or hear or read. So yeah, it was really bad. It was really bad. This is to combat my energy drinking habit. Yeah, I know. But it's fun because smack in French is a very different thing, and we usually have one A, not two. So yeah, a smack is a kiss. That's that. Yeah, that's a way of saying kiss. Anywho, any. So yeah, I need to go back to this. I feel like we could add new themes inside of band. That could be a potentially good thing to do, and or we could work on this thing which you have never heard of. Um, or I was debating bringing back this one out of the grave because it hasn't been updated in a while. But I don't know. Also, same thing. This is not most of this. You don't fucking know. You don't you don't fucking know. uh, I had a landing page done. That's crazy. That is crazy. Um. Anyway, this one, by the way, now I should be able to update it because um that could work. That could work. Um, Trimmy, welcome on in. We are going to remain in English though. But this is a weird username. If you can tell me who you are, that would be highly appreciated. Why is this bitch not broken? Sorry. This is supposed to work, but it's not working. We haven't looked at the updated versions of the of the likes for today, and I think I'm gonna change the automation um, in order to get the, how can I say that? The thing to happen roughly at like before stream, that would make a lot more sense. But yeah, if you are from before, that is crazy. That is crazy. But welcome on in. How the fuck did you find the stream? That is the question though. Because goddamn. Marmaladin, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? How's everything? We have some stuff in there that are pretty cool, some stuff are not pretty cool. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. That's crazy. I'm fine. I'm getting not enough sleep. That's the issue. I need sleep. I need more sleep. This one specifically, I wish I could just click on this thing to just get there, and I know we have this somewhere directly inside of my likes and shit, and I'm gonna go there because it's gonna be faster. Um, but this thing has been floating on the internet for the past few days, and specifically on Twitter. And basically, it's a chart that says that at some point there was more demands for designers up to 2023, 2024-ish. And then since 2024, there is a lot more demands for PMs and product managers and so on. And people here are not understanding what the fuck they're talking about, as always. So this one makes a lot more sense, and Tobias is good most of the times, and the only things here is the fact that, well, um, it's just when we started in graphic design, we needed to do graphic design stuff, and then we had more requirement, and then more requirements, and then more requirements. And now that the fact that we can build stuff and create prototyping with code and so on, it's more for PM work than a designer work. So the job of a designer is going to go away and be replaced by a design manager, probably, or product designer manager type of thing. And that's it. And therefore, right now, the only thing that people know how to place and name and so on is going to be product manager. So that is what it is. But yeah, what would you say is the best way to transition from a product designer to a design engineer? Build shit. just build shit. Figure out what makes sense to you specifically and create the things in questions. If your goal is to be a design engineer and kind of lean a bit more on the engineering side of things and more code and so on, do not do what I did. Do not use AI to code, because this is gonna put you in a not so good place. And no, I wouldn't call myself a design engineer. Not whatsoever. I think Toph is the best option for this. He has like one of the interesting portfolio that I have as a presentation here. But yeah. Morton, hi, welcome in. Like I feel like Vibe Coder is a better representation for me, even though I don't like the term. I feel like it's the best like term to describe what I'm doing. For regular people, that might be considered as design engineer. But the reason why I'm saying no is if you put me towards a blank space, a blank page somewhere, and I'm supposed to build something for you in code, I cannot. So that is my reasoning for not telling you, oh yeah, use AI, build something, be good with it. Mm-mm. If you want to become a design engineer and be a good design engineer, then you need to understand um, the engineering part. That's the that is the most important thing. So go through um, courses like the regular ones that I'm recommending are going to be the 30 days JavaScript things because this one is a pretty condensed and easy to understand depending on your brain capacities for understanding these concepts. This one is pretty good. The other one, also this one is also like a the free code camp. Um, JavaScript one is good, but you can go into something else. It's fine. Right now, I'm basically giving you things that are uh, design related, but I would kind of stray away from the design part, specifically in the beginning, and be more on the back end uh, related code for learning purposes. That would make a lot more sense, at least from my point of view. I'm going to explain that in a second. And then the last one, or the last two, I guess, are going to be the Code Academy thing, which obviously I'm not fucking logged in right now. That's, oh my god, they changed the landing page again. So Code Academy is pretty good. They make a lot of sense. And then Solo Learn is also something that is pretty good. I'm guessing this is not gonna fly through properly because that's my fucking profile. That makes absolutely no sense. Um, but yeah, these platforms are gonna be helpful for you to understand things. Most of them have free tiers that are giving you the top level understanding. And I would highly recommend you to go through the top level understanding for most of the discipline of the engineer to figure out which one makes more sense to you. So, for a designer, if you're already a designer and you have the design skills, going into front end makes a lot more sense because it is the visual stuff. And then it's just like linking with the back end and you are kind of good. For someone that is more of a system thinker, so design system in your stuff in design, going toward like a back end related thing makes a lot more sense as well because you are building how things are functioning and so on. This is more of a design system slash UX designer path. Um, and then if you are someone that is just innovating in design and trying to figure out like new patterns, new stuff, new whatever, going into data science and algorithm in terms of code is going to be pretty good. But you probably already have an inclination for one of these three realm of coding and engineering. But the reason why I said mostly go into the back end is because there is so much that um, you don't know. So when we are on the internet, on social medias, on everything, and we are just looking at what is on the feed, this is front end, this is front end, this is front end, this is design. This is front end, this is front end, this is front end, this is front end. You get the ID. Everything that you're seeing on this on socials is going to be something that is related to the front end work, and most of the time it's going to be app design, website design, and sometimes but very rarely. Artistic things, but it doesn't happen often, specifically on socials. However, you will have so much more stuff in code and in that are using like mostly backend stuff. If you think about the use cases for engineering for elevators, they all have code running the system and the elevator system that needs to be implemented, that needs to be updated, that needs to be improved. So that's a thing that exists. The one that we talk about most of the time when we have this discussion is the Imagineer um, at Disney to create the rides for the parks. That needs code. That needs to run on something, and all of that is mostly backend and logic thinking and making sure that everything is running properly, but it's not visual at all. So if you have like an inclination for design, which is the case, you then can go into that thinking system of the backend work to go into a domain that you may not have been aware of before and make an impact because you have that creative brain that is more interesting than the regular just thinking analytics and make an impact there. So that's the reason for me to say go into the back end more than going into the front end. But both are fine. Both are good options. And if you are willing to go into the design engineering route, which is a good route, but I don't think it's going to be a route that's going to be sustainable in the long term, at least not right now. I feel like the next 5 years are going to be complicated for that. You will have some options, but that will be in the future. Like right now, things are just replaced, and that's why I'm saying like not don't use AI so that you can understand the concepts, and then build the thing by hand, and then potentially use AI to help you build stuff. But you kind of need to understand the basics first, which was again the reason why I went through the entirety of the free Solo Learn, the free Code Academy, the free Vanilla JS, and the free JavaScript course of the Free Code Camp before I started to build stuff on my own using AI. But yeah, that's the reasoning. But you can, you can do that. Right this instant, going back to where we were a second ago with that shift right here of having less demands for designers and more demands for PMs. This is basically what's happening. The people that have the understanding of more broader like strategy, business decisions, and so on, making sure that the project is going to be viable, why, which things to continue doing and not continue do. This is the PM work, and if you are a designer that can do this, you're going to be hired here and not there. So that's basically the ID and the system when it comes to all this. This one was a very cool data viz, I guess. I guess this is a data viz system. I'm gonna go through that in a second. Agentation has a great website. That's all I'm gonna say. There is nothing else. I own these. That makes no sense. That didn't really change. This is cool, but it doesn't run as well as I wanted it to do. And so agentation, and this one specifically, this one is a representation of what is seen. And I don't know exactly how they have created this thing, but it's pretty fun. For those of you who don't know, this character means person. So these are persons. And then the closer you are from the person, you can have the details of that person, but then you don't get the rest. This is very interesting as a representation and data visualization with the Japanese kanjis. So for me, it's cool, but obviously not for everyone. And then agentation, which is a thing that we kind of talked about briefly last week, I think, or 2 weeks ago. I have a bit of an issue with this because I feel like it's a waste of time, but I also understand. So the main principle of agentation, I'm going to just send you the link because it's going to make more sense if you can get into that part of the things. Basically, it is giving you the ability to give annotation for your agents, hence the name. And so you click on something in the page that you're building, you add a note, and you say this needs to be like having a hover effect, or this needs to be a bit different, and then you can go to Claude Code and paste the basic MD file representation of what needs to happen. In my eyes, I understand that it makes things easier when it comes to like specifics, because the current workflow is really bad. But the previous workflow compared to the current one was much better, where you just went in the code and did the changes yourself. Kane, welcome on in. How are you? How was your week? Welcome back. Meaning that specifically for this one, add harvest state. If you don't know how to add the harvest state within your own project, please, please, even me, and that's saying a lot, even me could do it. Specifically in Tailwind, this is something that's going to be very, very simple. You just had hover colored the thing in question, and you're going to be good. So that's fine. I understand that for a more complex thing that might be easier. It's also potentially easier for you to just get access to direct selection. But if I go here, for example, and I'm currently on the web version of Cursor, and I just say, you know what, let me give you some editable thing. And then I click on this and I say, oh yeah, this thing, specifically that div right here that is selected, it needs to have like these changes. I didn't need to have like agentation or anything else to make it work. It's just, it's by default within Cursor. So, eh. That makes more sense to me. It's the exact same thing, and it would be better as an output for most stuff. So I don't understand. I feel like this is something weird. What? I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired, Kane. As always, I just started the stream, but I'm extremely tired. As the title implies, I am running out of human credits instead of OpenAI credits. I need sleep in order to replenish my credits, and that doesn't happen often. I need rest. The weekend is going to be resting on my bed, flat. Probably. I hope. We'll see. So this is something that is weird. The website in itself is really cool. They have some very interesting blog part. I forgot exactly where it is and which one it is. I know I saved one of these things. It might not be the blog itself. What they have like a very cool presentation, and they are adding handwritten notes in the sidebar of the websites here and there, which is really cool. I wish I had the thing, but I don't. Goddamn. Always. That's always the case. which is so it. Which is so the thing. But yeah, it's the website itself is pretty cool. However, for the people that are building with AI, which is myself. I haven't really used skills since I started, and a lot of people are currently very much talking about skills on a daily basis and saying that you should have skills in your code, skills in your cursor folders, so that your agents and your LLMs can know exactly what to do, how to do it, and so on. And it sounds very interesting, and I'm gonna get my conspiracy theory hat because Mhm. it might be the case. I don't know. Basically, every company that is building AI, and every employees of these companies are saying you should use skills. You should implement skills in your workflow and use skills as much as possible because it makes the models much better by giving them direction and so on. And if you think of it as um, what it is, a skill is basically an MD file of text that is basically taking space in your context window. So if you have a skill like the design skill that is 120, 160 lines of text, that is taking roughly, that's going to be 500-ish tokens um, of your context window, you are diminishing the amount of context that you can give the models to get the output that you need. And if you think of it from a cursor point of view, meaning that company here that is getting paid on the usage base, the more context you are sending, the more token you are going to use, the more token you're using, the more you need to pay per request. And the more you need to pay per request, the more money they make. So this is the bit of a conspiracy theory on my side, where they are trying to push you to basically bloat your context window as much as possible so that they can charge you a lot more than what they were in the beginning. And it feels like this, and I've been reluctant with skills since the beginning. I've seen the design ones, we talked about it, and it's fine. It does a very like a better job as an output, but it's not like that groundbreaking. I think Theo has made a video about um not this one. I skimmed through it. Like, this one is interesting. There is a ton of design stuff that are like okay, but they are not like that groundbreaking. Um, so yeah, like they I mean, to me they all look the same. Specifically these two, this one, and the previous one that we had here. Like, they are basically the exact same thing. So it's just I mean it's so weird. It's the same output, it's the same skills for the design skill thing that they are using. I forgot if they are sharing this for the yeah, they're not. Um they're not sharing that website specifically, but because they have like everything in there. But the difference in between the um original output without the skills and the outputs with the skills makes a lot of sense. But that's the only one I'm using. There is a lot of others. We talked about the impeccable styles, which is the exact same thing. It's a lot of context for the LLMs to pass and use and so on. And for the same reasons, this is context bloat. And the fact that right now you are using, I mean, you as in a general term, you're using and adding skills to code to cursor, not really, to your projects, to other things, by just doing /skills add or /skills install, and you don't know what is in it, you will end up with a lot of bloat in the entire thing. So that's the, like, think about it. You need, for this to work, you need the normalize, I mean, hood it, then normalize, harden, optimize, adapt, clarify. These are all text files that are going to steer the model in a direction and also eat your context window by like 80% in no time. So, yeah, it is. um, the Clone.md is basically the same thing. The skills.md and the Clone.md are basically skills. It's just like the Clone.md is something that the system understand as a system prompt and not just an available skill, but it's the same thing. And you end up with something that is like lighter with just one file of the cloud.md, but you still need to be careful of what you put in there because it's just like, it's a waste of space. It's a waste of space. But look at all that shit. Uh, I mean, it makes sense on paper when you're looking at the things. It makes sense, you know. But getting all of that, getting all of that, just for your context window, is crazy. It is crazy. And specifically, I'm looking at this and I'm like, the probability of the skill itself, the file, the slash audit, the slash simplify, being something that is AI generated in the first place, that the person doesn't really have the skills for. You have things to review. Cool. Have a good phone call and come back. Come back. And then we can take a look at things. Yes. Yes, we can. But yeah, the fact that like this is AI generated, the person that has created it potentially doesn't have the design skills. I don't know them. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. Um, I would probably go on the edge of they probably don't. Um, and they use some of the available knowledge on the internet to figure out exactly what they need to write within these things to output the right thing with their designs. But so far, I'm not seeing anything that they have designed themselves, other than some meat here and there. That sounds interesting. Yeah, not a lot of content in there that I can share as a, oh yeah, that's something that they've made. That might be the case. That's not the case. But yeah, I don't think the designers are willing to do so and write the skills themselves. Not yet. So, I don't know. Anyways, I shared this one on Discord and I didn't share this one, but I think I should. So I'm gonna go there right away. This is an interesting thing. I don't think it's a real phone. I don't think it is. But it looks nice. And it might be cool. It might be cool. We haven't I haven't checked like how much that would cost. I don't think it is something that is viable based on these things. They are just like a 3D designers. But I've seen some new phones come out lately that are looking similar to this, like the Palm phone, first edition from 2018, 16. 18, a long time ago now. Similar form factor and so on. That is the type of thing that people are kind of requesting for Apple and other brand to build. So things that are more rounded, things that are more tiny and more accessible for most things. So they're doing a good job in terms of 3D. So that's that's not what I wanted to do. God damn it. It's obviously not gonna work. We were somewhere around here. I'm gonna need to pop that out again. 1 second. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh my god. Apparently, I can't use my fucking computer. If I don't have the chat in front of me, that's not gonna help. That is not gonna help. We add you as well. YouTube chat, even though you don't have a lot of active people, we do have some active people, so it makes sense. It makes sense. Oh, done. That's clean. So yeah, this one is a bit of a weird thing. I like the design, but that's about it. The other one, though, this is a very interesting website. It's using shaders, as you could probably tell from that transition. um, this whole thing is like scroll in and out all the time, different direction, different things. Don't think you need the section for it to work. Like that would make no sense. And it's such an interesting website. It looks very old on purpose. It has a very Apple branding from a long, long time ago. You have that CRT behavior when it comes to the scroll, and then you have that magnificent deletion right there. Everything is just like, I don't know how much time they spent on figuring out exactly what model to use, what soft uh, stock grain that they have, some of the stock pictures that they are using, specifically for these ones, the dancing people from the office. I don't know exactly how they figured that out, but they did. And it's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive. So yeah, not figure it out, but like take a look at it. It's a cool thing. They have some of the best grain textures, animated grain for the transition. Most of the grain that I've seen on other websites are not as organic as this one. So, as a reference, if you one day need something, uh, you know, it could be interesting to check. So, we like that. It's fun. It's a fun website. That's all I'm going to say. That is all I'm going to say. On the other ones that we have and that I have saved, most of them are basically the same thing. This one we talked about it last Wednesday. This is the working for elevator situation that I talked about a second ago. Basically, they figured out how to get the code to work within the elevator panel, buttons, display, I don't know. And now they know how to code for that. So this is not visual design. You don't really have a choice here. You may have a choice in the speed of like the arrows, the speed of the numbers, the rotation in between things. But overall, everything that is in there is going to be something that is back-end based and not front-end based. um, specifically for the numbers, right? It's because you don't really have another choice. So that is interesting. I don't know how they got this thing out of the walls, but they got it out of the walls, that is for sure. Um, so this is something interesting when you are looking for building for and all with hardware, physical hardware. You end up with something better, aka learn back end instead of front end for the future, because these things are probably not going to be AI powered um, anytime soon, specifically the jobs themselves. So, yeah. Why do we have this twice? Interesting. Interesting. Um, and then this one, I think we glanced over it a tad, but I've seen multiple character building um, videos. I don't think this is an option. Like, I don't think this would work as fast as what it is. But that initial selector has been a thing that I've seen in other places. So this one is a bit of a fun thing, for sure. Like the Stickman, if you remember the Stickman, it's been a while. It's kind of the same thing. But, yeah. Anywho, I think that's most of the thing. We glanced over something similar last Monday, last week, I think. Last week or last Monday, something similar to this, and I will reiterate, this is the new patterns for designers. There is no other choice. Most designers are gonna do this. So if you don't want to look like every other designers, maybe don't do that. But this is the current patterns that will make you stand out, because you are creating something that is organically placed and not AI generatable, even though this is probably something that has been generated through AI in a way. Um, and it's just like images is 3 layouts and that's it. So, like that's simple, but it is the new patterns. Designers are trying to make something that looks organic and stand out with the organicness, and therefore you end up with something like this. And this is like the very, very strong patterns that I'm seeing on a, I'm guessing, weekly basis now. So not the best option to just follow through, but not a bad option either. And I don't want to do that. But it is basically the same thing as this section, even though this one is very much on the grid because I didn't know how to do that in the past. But yeah, very same concept overall, creating something that is on the grid but off the grid and not too straight, kind of organic, so that people understand that it's not something that has been generated, is going to be the biggest patterns that we're going to see across everything. So that's interesting part of stuff. I do think that this is something that is going to take over as well. The Zo computers, which I don't think I have shared their links. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can access this. I can. Cool. So Zo computer is something that we talked about briefly last week, and basically it is a way for you to have a computer on the cloud that is running things for you 24/7 without you having to think about it too much. Obviously, it is. It is indeed. Jonathan, welcome on in. And so it is cool. The pricing system is pretty nice because there is this option that I I mean, I like a lot. However, what I don't like about it, but it's like it's such a details. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Uh, it's not on the other side. I'm guessing it's a loading on arc situation, but no, it's not. I think it's just for pissing off designers, which is fine. It happens. So that is an interesting thing. It works using Minimax and Kimi K2 on the free tier, which is what they currently have highlighted here. They are pretty good models. Specifically, Kimi K2.5 is really, really good. I've been talking about them since the beginning of them being existing and displayed on other people's platforms because it is kind of the best model for cheap. However, it is 680 gigs or 548 gigs to run locally. So I can't do that. I am so sad. I can't run that on my machine. But I will if I could, I would. It would make so much more sense, specifically when you're looking at how fast Kimi is compared to Claude when it comes to within cursor. Um, it's just crazy. Nonetheless, this is very cool concept. And currently, if you're following through what Anthropic and Claude are releasing, they are going in that direction as well. They are doing everything they can to create something that would be like Claude Cowork, for example, is the same thing as this, where you have automation and thing that you can automate that can run on a repeated task and so on. It's very um, it's very interesting. So studying how could I create some interfaces for products with the Figma skills by going through Claude Code and ask it to build something for you within Figma, like that. Because we used it last stream. We used it last stream and we asked it to export basically the current state of the website that we were on inside of Figma, and it did that pretty flawlessly. Like I'm pretty impressed with that. Like I didn't touch anything on this. I touched a lot on this one for the alignments and the placements and the things, but that's something that they just extracted from the website. The thing that I will say though, it's shit for one simple reason. This is HTML inside of an HTML canvas that behave not like HTML. So it has to go through a layer of transformation for Figma to understand what is currently being passed and placed. Whereas Pencil, because the Canva is an HTML Canva, is always going to give you the correct things in both directions. So if you are into building things with AI within your design tool and then from the design tool to your code, then use Pencil instead of Figma because the translation layer here is not good. Like going with the use Figma and say, take a look at the selected frame on the file and use that as a base to generate the dark mode on the code base, for example. It would basically create a screenshot of that frame and pipet, swatch everything by hand on every single pixels to figure out what are the colors, how do they behave, and so on, even with the use Figma skills. So that's the thing that I don't like. Um, Even if you use something else, like Angular is still a web framework. The issue that I have is it doesn't really understand Swift, as I showcased last time, which is somewhere around. Where is it? Did I close it and then never reopen it? I probably did. I may have deleted the files, but I doubt. Oh no, it's right there, right in front of me. It's so shit. Um, this, goddamn, this is what Claude basically understood from the use Figma skills by going into the code base for this flow right here. So when you open it, you have the database, and that's the design we have. That's the thing that it figured out. When you select something, you have the selected, which is right behind it. That's basically the same thing, but it's not exactly the same like the one underneath the inputs. So then it's fine, but it's not the same. And then when you have something, I don't know why it added a lot of emojis all over the place. This is okay, like behavior wise, it's okay. And that section is that section, but it's shit. Design wise, it's kind of shit. And so yeah, that's the thing. And yes, I used the code to Canva thing, and that's what it figured out how to do it, because this is Swift UI, and basically what Claude Code told me within the chat was, because this is not HTML, I can't really port it directly, so I have to create an HTML version that can then be sent to Figma. And that's basically what it is. So I think because this one, for example, was this one was or is HTML by default, then we good. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's not it. It's nothing. It's nothing. I can't count. I'm still a designer, so I can't do math in my head. I don't know how long that is, but yeah. What I love here, because people are gonna say things, what I love here is this. There's no streak freeze. There's no, I think there is one here, yeah. Last year in March 2025, there was a streak freeze right there because it had to happen. And then there was another one in December for Christmas. But yeah. I don't know what these ones are, because that's not a streak freeze, but maybe it's one where I practiced but didn't get to the level of XP that I should have had. But yeah, I there was a bit more here in June 2023. I agree. That's when I moved to Japan. So uh yeah, I landed in Japan on the 14th, and so that basically used the strict freeze on the 15th, and then the next month was a bit of a mess. So, mm. And then before that, there was a lot. In 2023, there was a lot of strict freeze, like a lot, a lot. Um, Same thing. This is when I moved to Japan the first time in October, and then things happened. We had dates, we had stuff planned. What? Yeah, I was using that so much. Anywho, not so long, not so long. I would say it's probably a real 3 years, not 2000 days. Mm-mm, not 2000 days. But yeah. You want to make your French better? Why? Why? Why would you? Don't do that. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea for everyone. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. I mean, I have I have the thing in question. I have a carousel specifically dedicated to learning French. Um, what is it? It's been a while though. It has been a while. It might be this. It is there. It's there. It's, yeah, yeah. Yeah, please don't. Nonetheless, that recommendation at the end right here, this is one of the best recommendation I can have for you that is uh trying to get like good at French. If you had a bit of an understanding, you need to understand the difference and the sonority difference, which are like very, very tiny, and or they are the same. Um, but yeah, oo and oo are very simple as well. Uh, as Oh my God, saying very simple is a bit of a weird thing to say, but um, uh, ah, so this is gonna not make sense, but make sense. If you want to learn French as a language, learn Greek or Latin first, and then learn French. And that will unlock so much in your understanding of what means what, because of like your oo and oo, for example, because of the accented u in the second one, the etymologically or the etymology of that word, where it's coming from and where letters used to be, will help you to understand where things are. So for the uninitiated, let's go into translate because that's going to make sense. So if you have um, that, that's the wrong one. If you have that, a bâton is a stick in French. The accent right here is coming from the fact that we used to have an S. If you go into um, the same thing here, which is forest, we used to have an S in there. And so when you start to understand these things for the accents, for example, specifically for the U and U, you will know that the reasoning behind which one means what is coming from the other letters that we used to have. So you can't make a mistake after you learn the etymology root of the words, and then it's just like it's that easy. So yeah, the difference between e and e, these two, when you have something e and something e, it's just like one of them is going to be a verb in its default style, and the other one can be a verb, but can be something else. But most of the time, like this is the action in plain mode, and that's yeah. Like it's overall things are extremely simple, um, and yeah. That's the yeah. The best recommendation is just don't just just don't. It would make your life easier to just don't. Unless again, as mentioned, unless you have to. But the issues that I would have with learning French is that you don't. There is no real benefits to learn French except have a good meeting, except if you are living in France or in Belgium or in Switzerland sometimes, or in some of the occupied island that we have as French. But that's the only, and even then there is like a lot more stuff. Maybe Canadian in Quebec, but that's the only thing. Other than that, there is no use for French anywhere else. But if you are a posh bitch, which is an option, and you want to be like working in perfumes, working in fashion, working in arts, and so on, then if you have the ability to pronounce the French words like the French are doing, you will sound like a posh bitch. And it's fine, but it's not great. um, yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I mean, I'm gonna take exactly what I said for myself. Me learning Japanese is also very much not a good thing. Like I should have taken Chinese and like Mandarin or Cantonese in order to have a better output. Same thing, like by learning Chinese first, I would have had an easier time learning Japanese later. Kinda, not really, but kinda. And that's yeah. Yeah, you could. What happened on this one? Yeah, obviously. This is what we call the TTP. Do you not know the TTP? The time to penis? This is a thing in games, um, where we have an expected TTP, and then we see how long users are are doing it. As in Power Wash Simulator, it is somewhere along the line of a few seconds. You start a thing for you start a game for the first time, you spray once, and then you draw a dick, and then you're done. Like that. That's basically what happened. So yeah, it will happen as fast um, as everything. So obviously, the probability of people going here and just doing that is very, very high. Very, very high. But you know, if you want to have fun there, go there. Draw dicks. Um, which one? This one? I think I need to make it bigger for no reason, and probably move one of these up top to have the separation so that this one can be a tad a tad bigger. Um, because it would make more sense and give you a lot more, you know, stuff. Let me move the music up. The music, bitch, get it. Come on. So now you have a greater dick. Uh, it works. That's all that matters. Um, if I did that's more of a dinosaur right there. But goddamn, is it complicated to get like the yeah. I'm not really good into the Etch a Sketch situation. Like it's fine, but it's not great. Not the easiest thing to do. Not the easiest thing to do. The snail's fine. Snail is an okay thing because you can start there and then easier, easier to do, easier to do. You can do it. It's fine. I mean, the reason why it's a bit of a pain in the ass is because if you do that and then you go to the other side to do something, you will have, because it's an Etch a Sketch, you will have like a continuous line from point last to new point. So you end up with probably some things that are not like as good as you wanted them to be, but that's fine. That's okay. But yeah, if I did the thing, Kane, and I let people leave a message, um, and say something here, either in, you know, in text, or if it was like in the text, which I don't have anymore, or I don't have here, it would just get in so much with so many issues. So many issues. God damn. Um, Isn't that the same guy? It's not. It is not. Yeah, it is a bit of a pattern. I'm not gonna lie. This is a bit of a pattern when it comes to designers. They're kind of, you know, I can explain. I can explain that. So, if we go into Lenny's website, for example, and we have the signature at the bottom. If we go on to Fawn's website and we have the signature at the bottom, same thing. Basically, it's the same ID. The goal of this is, oh look, this is organic, and oh look, this is something that is human generated, human made, not like it is truly something that I have made. So I signed myself. That's basically the reason. And designers are very prone to do that and just say, "Oh yeah, we want to showcase that this is something that we have made ourselves." And so, until you have the signature at the bottom, just because why not? Just because why not? The thing is, as well, if this is really then his signature, this is a pretty cool signature. I'm not gonna lie. This is this looks pretty neat. It's clean. It's working. It has the nice shape and so on. If you look at my signature, which you don't, but if you look at my signature, um, it's basically as if I was doing this. So it doesn't look as cool. But one of the things that I love about that is that in the era of banking going through checks and not online banking, if I find your checkbook, I can write myself a check with your signature, and now I can pay myself. And I thank you for that. It's appreciated. It is. And specifically when we go back to the one that just was shared a second ago, well, they show us exactly how it's supposed to be written. So I'm fine with that. But yeah, that's I see. Anyways. Also, Kane, you said you have things to review. What did you mean? What do you want me to take a look at? Because as always, for those of you who don't know, it's a Friday. Fridays are review day. So if you have anything for me to take a look at and give you some advice, please feel free to share links or anything else. You're welcome to do so. I have seen some people do stamps. You know, like basically use the ankle for the signature. And I need mine. I need to do mine, but because I didn't stay long enough to like have the need for one, I will at some point. But yeah, mine is gonna be so easy. I did. This is not necessarily gonna be making any sense to you, but this is this is the thing. That's the that's the character in question. This is the character for blue, and that's so makes sense. You said you published something. It's the third version of your portfolio, right? Congrats on that. It is indeed very simple. Um, I think it works. Um, I see. It is better than 4.4, yes. I this is a very weird thing, and I've said that before. It's very complicated for devs to showcase their work when it's not front-end work, or when it's not like inside of an app that makes sense, or that people probably know, and so on. So yeah, that's the first thing. The second thing is, why would you show less? Why not just start with everything? Okay, I thought you had no experience for a split second, and then now I see you have a bit more experience than I thought you did. So I would change that. It's simple enough. It makes sense. I don't think there is anything wrong about the design itself. You might want to go with a bit more, maybe a bit more line height on this one. So line height at, I don't think you have spread, so yeah, something like 160% can probably help a lot. Just for readability. Right, just, you know, it's not much of a difference, but it kind of helps. It's just 160% make some people like myself have an easier time reading. Having the things open by default makes a lot of sense, and your overall like light mode, dark mode thing is working. Is it yellow, or is it my glasses? I think it's yellow a bit. Not truly white, which is good. So that's nice. Like off black, off white kind of differentiation. That's good. Yeah, that button makes no sense. That button makes no sense. You have this with the tooltip right here, which obviously is broken because we are not in the right way, but I feel like you should probably have something similar here if there is something to be displayed. Like if it is something that you can explain, that you can create some sort of a cover image for, then maybe get a bit of a screenshot of something. But then again, based on the fact that you are a dev, the probability of like cover images is complicated because you don't have the things. Like you can't have the things. It's just, well, it's code and it does something, but I can't really show you what it does because it's not a visual thing. So that's the bit of a weird thing. We have used that uh, many times, and I have showcased that many times. We, I think, you know what? Let me go in the agency one. I feel like these are gonna be a lot more prominent in the agencies. I guess I could have gone there, but it's the same thing, anyways. I have a feeling that this bitch is gonna be the one in question. And this one could probably. So this is great, but that's for another day. They have updated their website again. God, God damn. Yeah, I was about to say I feel like something should have loaded, but didn't. That's not what I wanted to do. They don't, apparently. They don't do what I wanted to showcase. Yeah, shit like this could be a thing. It's not much, but it could work if you have the ability to just showcase something. And sometimes it's just like representing the code in a way that is simple. So if we go into here, for example, when we take like one of these things and you just create an image that looks like this, like the portion that you're currently seeing on the screen, just that with the beginning of the code or the main, like not much, but just this portion could help, could make the thing more interesting. It's not great, but it's something similar to what I've done here, for example. It's just like it's just okay. I have the name, I have what it is, and then I have a bit of a preview of the code for like 3-ish lines. Not that it matters, but like something. You can use oh man, what's the name? No, I forgot the name. Is it Beautify? No. I need to go inside of the plugin section. Uh, there is one that I know. Obviously, I can't find it right now. Um, I guess it's text highlighter. Yeah, I think it is highlighter. But the previous version for code. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. They have things, then the code highlighter is probably going to be the same thing. And there are plugins that will give you the ability to just get the proper palettes with themes for specific type of code. So you can paste some CSS, you can paste some JavaScript, you can paste some whatever, and it output like a code snippet that is okay and good enough. So you don't have to go through the system of saying shit like this, like you need to write by hand your code snippets based on that. No good. So code highlighter, I think it's called highlighter. I think that's the one that I have in my head. Yeah, it is. It is. Let me just get there. That's not what I wanted to do. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. You have like JavaScript, CSS, or HTML, and it basically just gives you the proper syntax. And then once you have this, you can just insert the text directly within your frame. So you end up with this thing, and you can use that, and it's. But yeah, biggest issues for devs, at least from my point of view, is always that you don't have the ability to showcase thing in a way that is interesting in any fucking way. Because if your code is technically impressive, the person that needs to be impressed need to read the entire thing in order to figure out that it is technically impressive. If your code is extremely efficient, you need a way to showcase that it is like on runtime, that it is something that is within a web page, that is something else. So you can't really show that on your portfolio, and that pissed me off every time. It's just like you don't have the nature of your work is not showcaseable as well as the designer work that is as showcaseable as it can be, because it is visual. So we don't, I mean, it's just like, well, that's the thing. Look at it. So, like that's the thing that is kind of pissing me off with dev portfolios, because you don't have the options, and that's really sad. Visually speaking, it's good. The mobile version is potentially a bit tight, um, but I understand. But it's fine. Just remember that you don't have hover on mobile, and that right here, only this one looks like it is a link. The other three don't really look like they are a link, so might not be a good idea to just have one underlined. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's gonna be okay. Don't worry about it. Damn, there's nothing in there. But yeah, no, overall, simple website is good. Dev-wise, previews are gonna be pretty complicated, but not necessarily something that you can avoid. Some examples that I have are going to be the Claude AI. God damn. If that's not a filmed thing, if that is 3D, I'm impressed. I think Claude has been showcasing things in terms of their articles, and you could go with the similar screenshots. Like they've done shit like this, which is basically the exact same, like the exact same text, but in a frame, and that for some reason works. They have done things like this. I've seen that for the Claude Code docs. And they sometimes have a bit of a code snippet on the edge, like this, for example. And that works as well. Like it's fine enough. But yeah, like the first frame here that we had, like shit like this is fine. Like this is something that would work as a cover image, specifically if you crop like the top and bottom, it would be good. So yeah. The fact that 4.6 was February 5th is crazy. I feel like it's been like months since we've had it. Anyways. But yeah, other than that, good job. Colors are good. Light mode is good. I didn't check though. I didn't check. Are you native behavior? You're not native behavior. Is it not natively behaving because I have done that? Nope. So you are natively switching, but not if the user is switching. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. But I like this, personally speaking. I like when the website or the thing that I'm using are reacting in real time. Um, it doesn't matter, but yeah. Designers, designers and devs are the two that will switch while being on the page, and it's really sad when it doesn't do shit because you think it's gonna be fine, and then you go in and you get flashbanged by the entire thing because you loaded it in dark mode and you were not ready for the light mode of YouTube. So yeah, but no one does. Um, don't worry about it. Oh, that's fine. It's a bit fast, um, which is okay. I don't know if we have it here. I don't think we do. That's probably gonna break the stream. Is this gonna work? No. Just just brace. If it break the stream, that's my fault. But yeah, they are doing very similar thing. You can see how smoother it is. Same concept, same ID. Um, it works. I've seen some people do um like how's it called? Um ink watercolor based fill. So that basically the thing that you do is that in your um circle mask that you're using, because you're probably using like a circle mask or something, you have the edge take an SVG modifier. So you have your circle right there, and then that is gonna have an effect of texture or noise. Usually it's gonna be texture. You have a texture that is really uh, big, so something in the 60-ish, and then the radius is somewhere like this, so that while it's growing, you change the values as well. So you probably will start somewhere around 100 in radius, and then the more growth there is, the less there it happens to be. So that's an option you can do. And this is very simple. Brace yourself. It is very simple with an SVG mask modifier that you can just do. Like that. You start at 100, end up at 0, be done with it. Nice transition, kind of watercolor transition. But yeah, we've seen so many things which could work. But it's neat. It's working. That's all I'm saying. It's fine. I'm again, even if I'm more of a smooth transition type of person than an instant transition for everything, I would rather have the themes change, even if it's like manually selected, um, be a bit of a smoother experience than instant. It's not much. It's a lot of code for no fucking reason though, because for the same thing, um, you know, it's the greens. Nah. It works now. You have a system that makes sense, that is, if the user has selected a theme, then it takes precedence on their system. So, because they had cache and cookies, makes sense. Don't worry about it. Slide outs pop up, and models, and light boxes. When you say slide out, like that behavior, or that behavior, that's a model. Which one? I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know which one you. Why? I want to know why. Because this is interesting. As always, this is one matrix, one person that doesn't like slide out and or models and or other things. What is bothering you about them that you don't like it? Because this is important. User experience will dictate what you do. So yes, that's the point. That is the point. You want the user to be focused on something that is a bit different. So if you are here, for example, when you go in the settings, it it goes there and it makes sense. But if I'm there and I'm creating like a new server, I need you to focus on this thing, which makes a lot of sense. If I'm here and I go in my settings, I need you to focus on this thing, which is the goal. I would say this might work better because it's blurring the background, but I need to fix this thing for the analytics. That's crazy. If you make it a page, you end up with an issue in routing sometimes. And because you want to have something that is basically a web app feel, you want to have like models and things within the same page so that you are still in, like, I'm in settings, but I'm not like in slash settings. I'm not in slash analytics. I'm in the page and I can access the data from that same page. It remains in one container. It's easier for like your browser to save as a history page compared to some others. So yeah, that interesting. It reverted the changes that we made earlier. I'm impressed by that. It was not supposed to happen. It still did happen, but I probably have made something, had an issue. Yep. Alright, cool. um, I just added a calculator to the math problem, and you think it's worse because it opens as a modal slash slide out. Wow. Sorry, that was so bad. uh, I don't think it will be displayed, but I don't have an account. But I get it. Um, if you are in a problem and you're trying to figure something out and it's like helping you to get one of the widgets, like which I absolutely forget where that is if it's not there. Something like this, and you have your calculator coming in from here, then maybe it works. Like, kind of bad for me, but um, I feel like they just added uh, a different way of inputting the text. So I don't think this could be considered as a model or slide in, and unless it is sliding in from the bottom, obviously when you're selecting the input. And I am guessing this is what happens. Well, right, you click on this thing and then it slides in, I think. Roughly the same size. Yeah. So you don't need to have a keyboard if you are on your computer, but if you're on your phone, it might make more sense. And I'm guessing the probability of users using the web version of the website instead of the app is probably greater than 0. And that's the reason they just wanted to have something that made a bit more sense to simplify stuff. But I kind of understand. It's the same as Duolingo, right? When you have a question, probably this is not gonna work, but we never know. Right here, these are not necessarily useful if I know how do you need, not have, my bad. I didn't listen. So, like that's the type of thing that it's there because it's easier for you to get like the words that you need to have. But in reality, it's not as good as just typing. And I kind of get it. I know that they have the math thing, which I'm expecting them to also have the calculator, the custom keyboard in there. But I mean, I get it. If it doesn't match with you, then yeah. Why have this? But on desktop it makes no sense. On mobile it kind of does make sense to go from here to here. But even then, if you just use the native keyboard, you should be good. It might be the fact that these two characters, these two things are not in the common keyboard, and therefore having the ability to just quick access the divider, quick access the fraction button, quick access some of the things um, is missing. But that wouldn't mandate like having a full keyboard like this. So I don't, I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be against all models, all sliders, all things. I would just say, well, this makes sense in that use case specifically, where it's just like not as good as you thought it would be, or as good as it is right now, just by having like a sliding thing. Or, eh, going with hate. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that could work. That could work. That's easy enough, simple enough, and it kind of matched the vibe that you have. The best thing, if you can, complicated, if you can, generate them on the fly. Meaning that that way you can have the dark mode or light mode bottom section, and that could be a thing. The only thing that is potentially kind of weird is going to be the top section, because I don't know. I don't know if the hierarchy of information of title and code preview makes as much sense, um, but it's not a bad idea. Um, yeah, so you basically want the black one on the light mode and the light one on the dark mode, so that it's an opposite one. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know enough. That's gonna be the real answer. Uh, but if you have something that is like the code, and I'm gonna use these because why not? So let's use that. If I have, you know what? I'm gonna just duplicate this entire thing. If I have this, and then you do something like this, potentially something like this, I would get right here, I would get something that would be. Can I do that? Maybe. I would probably do something like this, knowing myself. Knowing myself. Will we do that? You know, um, just to stand out a bit. But then again, going back to what you just shared, you don't have enough length to have, like, specifically on this one. If that's one of your project, you don't have enough length to showcase the content, so that's not necessarily going to be good. The main point that I want to say that I would have something that is not like exactly fitting. That's all I'm saying. Just something that would drop the last line halfway through, some whatever, just to say there is more to it. That's basically the brain assumption that I want you to do or have when you are going onto the website and be like, oh yeah, there is more to it. And I can see that there is definitely more to it. But if you just have the 3 lines, I'm like, eh, it's, eh, you know. So debatable, but I kind of understand. Um, I do understand. Um, um, yeah, I mean, it's for one person, but it's also for the potential of, okay, I'm looking for a new job and I need to send my portfolio to some people. And maybe it's not today, maybe it's in 6 months, maybe it's somewhere else. I don't really know. But some people will have to look at this thing. And so if I make their lives easier in providing previews, providing quick access, providing easy understanding at a glance, then it's just easier for everyone. Like you already have basically everything. You say what it is, you say like small description. It might usual bump at 125% just for the sake of having something that is a bit more readable, specifically if you are in full width um, website like this. Yeah, yeah, eh. Um, debatable, but that's I have all the thing that I need to read. Like I have all of your projects. I can read things. I can read the descriptions. The only one that is weird is this one because of the space. Like you do have the space. You might need to remove 3 words, but that's about it. Yeah, I'm currently dying. um, I just read that last message. I'm so sorry. The Git branch as a design pattern for your resume, your CV is really bad. It is really bad. Mainly because it makes me um, it makes me go into that process. Do I have it? Yeah. Like that process right here, where you have times and 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 timeline basically for these gauge for the quality of what I know and so on. And it's like would not recommend. Um, would not recommend. I know we have. God damn. Was I right a second ago? That's an interesting website. I know we have things that are similar in the likes. This is something from a week and a half ago, so it's before. Uh, oh yeah, this one. We need to talk about this one, by the way. Let me just just open it on the site. um, if it's like this, that's a bit tacky. It's a bit too much. If it's like, I wish we had like save this one, and it's probably gonna be a bit of a very complicated thing to do. Why? Sorry, my brain saw something in that fast scroll, and now I'm laughing. Um, it is one of the branching process thing that we have seen in the past 2 months that some designers and devs have been putting in place, and it's been pretty much appreciated. I don't think it's good. I think it has a lot of issues. Also, if you haven't seen these, going back to the color picker from earlier, from dark mode, light mode, MKBHD has released these stickers, and in the first place, I didn't understand, but this is a hole, and this is a hole as well, so it's transparent, so you can place it on whatever the fuck you want, and it end up being exactly perfectly the thing, and it is so cool. They've done a very good job. I'm really impressed. I wasn't expecting to be impressed, but they have done a very good job. So it is it is good. Anyways, moving on. Continuing the search. Yeah, it's been like and a half. Um Welcome back. How was the meeting? Uh Still can't find the thing. That's crazy. That all these likes and not a single one that I'm looking for. I'm seeing things that are like similar, but they are not. They are not the one we want. Also, sorry for the flashes. I know how I might see things faster than you when I'm scrolling through things. Um, these ones are okay, but that's not the one that I'm looking for. It could be close. It could be close-ish. If Twitter is starting to fuck me up and I can't see things properly, that's gonna be bad. Ah, my god. Basically, there is someone that has done a very smooth uh, range transition thingy, and it's interesting. Similar behavior as usual. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. I am not gonna find them. I'm seeing the chat messages right there, but I haven't read them yet. I'm giving myself 10 scrolls, and then it's not gonna be there. No. And done. I can't find it. Okay, you said something. Thing 2 is right there. But yeah, it's not something that I know. I mean, it's something that I can show you, but it's not like as good as you think it is. It's pretty bad. Technically, that's what it is. Anyways, this is something that made me laugh so much because they said Apple is time to hire me for real now, and that's the animation they are showcasing. It's a 10-second animation. There is something really good about it. There is some things that are really, 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 really bad about it, and I'm like, this is so bad that there is no way Apple will look at it. And that person saw the exact same thing as me of, well, this is not linked to the dot properly, mainly because this like diagonal thing is based on the main circle. And so, as they said, but this alone would get you disqualified. And like, some people are asking why, and that's kind of fun. And then people are just asking why that's the case. But the reason why I wouldn't even like qualify them for anything is that if you look at the animations and the transitions and the things, it is one of these people that have discovered the bounce transition yesterday. Every single element is bouncing in. if you look closely, they all have the exact same bounce. This thing has the bounce, the car has the bounce, this thing just bounced in, this thing just bounced in, the background bounced in. It's the same animation 16 times. It's a waste of brain power. Everything could have been happening in different places. The only thing that I think is good is the initial transition in between the Find My and the dot, like right here. That's the only thing that is good. The rest is shit. Anyways, and also because some people might see me say that and take offense or whatever. I went to school for motion graphics, so I have some base skills on there. Anywho, give me some context on this. Because what I'm seeing here is that you have a cursor override. Oh, you have a small cursor override here. That thing. You're showcasing your portfolio. Lab. The thing that you're probably creating. Nothing is clicking right now. Did you do that with the CMS thing that you showcased last time? Okay. I'm guessing yes, based on the thing that you showcased last time, being a CMS. Why not just reuse it here? It would make a lot of sense. Not yet, that's crazy. The only thing that I can give you here that will probably make a difference is make this thing sticky and not like let me not lose it. Let me just have that somewhere. Maybe you can have like, I don't know, an effect underneath or a blurred background or something so that the scroll view is going through, but like this should stay in place when I'm scrolling, not move, because it's probably something that I need to have access to. Other than that, it's a cool concept. You have some corner radius inconsistencies that I would personally fix. And then some details, as in the email border at the bottom makes no sense, and the LinkedIn border at the top makes no sense either for, separation of things. So just 3 dividers instead of 5 could be a lighter understanding of what it is. But nonetheless, this is pretty cool. It's working. It does the job. You have the content. Transitions are good. This is a pretty good option. I'm guessing the labs is going to be all the thing that you're trying to create. And yeah. I think that's a good idea. I had that ID and I didn't really pay for the domain hosting, so it's it's there, but it's not there. It's there. But yeah, no, I get it. I do think that if your lab is all of your experiments for AI generated content and or GitHub related projects, that's a pretty good idea. I might say that the dark mode is a bit too minimalistic compared to the light mode, even though it is the same. I think it's the border. I think it's the strong border on this thing, and the contrast ratio, the lightness difference here also, that probably makes no sense when I'm switching between these 2 things. But It still works. It still works. You still have the same. I mean, the hierarchy is good, but it's just that subsection. Yeah. Uh, it's too. It's too small. It's too small. I don't know where the fuck I am. If you have your... What the fuck is your radius? How? Sorry. There. I don't think you have 3XL loaded, so that's not gonna go through, which is really sad. What? Yeah. I'd go there. Maybe. Maybe. And then... there. Maybe. And your card here are currently using... radius of 16, so you're on run 1 RAM here. I would probably go at 1.5 RAM for the cards, because, you know, everything is rounded, more rounded. And then for this section, instead of going with a background like this and a border like this, I would remove the border and take the background just a smidge higher, like something like this. To basically keep the thing. But yeah, that's broken. Yeah, obviously there is work to do, but you know, it's a good... I think it's a good start. I think it's a good idea to get like one place with everything. Obviously, this is something that I don't know who would have made something exactly for that. But yeah. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice until you have like the images or the content that goes into the article. You will be limited to, you know, these things. So I get it. I get it. But yeah, that's an interesting thing. That is an interesting thing. I still use band instead. I don't know why, but you know. I'm sure you could. I'm sure you could. Yeah, I mean, you have a lot more. I would say that you have a lot more stuff to showcase in there. Like, you don't have 15 cards. I guess based on the design that you have, you would go with something like this, and probably a lot less corner radius and a lot less uh, spacing in between your cards for your content. So you would end up with something like this, as long as the articles and the thing that you have are showcasing the image properly, then that should be good, I guess. But yeah. Well, not really. Um you could have a direct link with the person that created band and ask them to create a new theme that contains multiple tabs. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you know who created the thing. Maybe. Again, the thing that I want to do for another type of layout, which I talked about, for those of you who don't know, I'm the creator of band, so that's the reason. That's why it's funny. Um, I have saved some of the potential layout that I had in mind for some of the presentation, and one of them is supposed to be somewhere around here. Obviously, I'm not gonna find it because I'm talking about it. It needs to come organically in the conversation, otherwise we will never find the things in questions. Basically, the thing that I want to have is your header to be half the size, and then your bottom to be just a grid. So if you go into something that looks like this, you would have your profile picture, your name and sub text underneath right here, and then probably, let's say you have like 2 lines of text for your description. Name is going to be somewhere around here. That's going to be somewhere around here based on what we currently have. And so on this side here, I would like to have something like a cover picture, whatever. And then underneath that section right there would be the place for your grid. So it's just like a massive thing, and you can scroll as much as you want. So instead of having like a limited to 4 mini ones, you would have as wide as something like 12, roughly 12 to 16, and then have all of the things here, which means that the free tier would be limited to just 1 row, which is not exactly good. But you know, it's a potential. Yeah, basically that was the inspiration, for no reason. And so you could have like a theme that does that. Based on what you just showed me, you basically need your sections to be tabs. So instead of having me providing you with a section header, I could say, well, my sections are going to be tabs navigation thing. So as soon as you create the first element, you have your first section, that is your first tab, and then the second tab is going to be the same thing as a section in my code base brand system thing, so that if you switch theme, it goes back into sections, and that makes sense. But that just is a thing at the top that gives you section A, section B, section C, and when you switch, you end up with the animation that I have for making the card appear. Like that could be a thing. But that's the same, like that's basically the same concept as what you just created. Yeah. I know. I know. It would work as well. It would work as well. You know what? 8 in the spacing is pretty good. This one is still broken. But yeah, if it's something that you want to have like built by you for you, then I get it. Obviously. Obviously. Like what? Like a way to export or a way to interact? Oh, like a conditional display, as in between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. you see these cards. Between 6 and something, you see these cards. If you are currently in dark mode, you see these cards. If you're in light mode, you see these cards. This is a bit of a crazy thing. It's not an impossible thing to do, but it's also a very complicated thing to explain to some people. Like, yeah. It's also really complicated to say, like, I mean, basically you are saying you would like to have a conditional layout based on condition. Makes a lot of sense. And time of day is an interesting thing. Light mode and dark mode is an interesting thing. Which, I mean, basically that the only thing that I can think of is a light dark theme based conditional is for someone like Kev that is having these things. If we had that thing in dark mode, which I think I can kind of force, we end up here. So this is wrong. And basically what you're saying is that if we were in dark mode, then these images would be the dark mode images, which are secondary cards with just these dark mode image instead. That could work. It could work. I get that. Oh. That's so much broken. That is so broken. Yeah. Interesting to have the copy to Figma thing. I think for images it makes sense, so that you can display the thing in the right color theme, so that it matches with the rest of the stuff that you're currently looking at. AKA for me right now, if for some reason you are in light mode for your thing, you're gonna see it in light mode as well. So that's a bit of a different behavior, different rendering. But having specific card display as in light or dark? I mean, based on the fact that having access to dark mode and light mode is um, only accessible if you're paying, which means that you already have more than 15 cards available in your profile, then you can afford to just say, I'm gonna have 30 cards in total, and 15 of them are going to be displayed in light mode, and 15 of them are going to be displayed in dark mode. Right? That's an option. The issue that I have with that is that you cannot, or you would not be able to place things um, in um, in both modes. That's kind of wild. Have a good rest of your day, Feels. Take care of yourself. Let me know if the GitHub stuff is good and if you can work with it. If you already have worked with it, I don't know. But yeah, take care of yourself. Enjoy the work, and we'll see you soon, as always. Yeah, I don't know. But yes, Kane, having like a don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I didn't mean like tell me now. I mean when you have the time and you play with it, tell me if it works. So I think what you are also saying is a card module like this, like the clock, and the other things that will trigger the light dark switch, right? The theme switch or something else. I think that's what you said mostly, aka the stuff that you shared that is better. See, it looks nice in dark mode. You should. You sure? You sure you don't want to subscribe to? just get in dark mode. But yeah, I mean, there is so many modules that I want to have, and the one that I haven't done yet that I've been thinking about for a while is this one. Just because, you know, it could be cool. Could be cool to have a bit of a Tamagotchi thing, um, potentially, and you can have like a cat or something in the TV. I thought about it. There is a ton of them that are pretty cool. I think I have one. I think I have one creator um, that could work. Tickle, work on it. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? And thank you for the wishes. I appreciate it. There will be so much ass. They used to be kind of emotes and then we didn't really release them on Twitch. That creator right here is doing a very good job at giving me inspiration of what to do. And probably if at some point I'm creating like one of these animated Tamagotchi things, I'm gonna send them a DM and say, well, would you be willing to, you know, give me some illustration like this as a bit of an animated thing, because you used to do something very similar, and I thought it could be very cool. Who didn't want an otter? on your profile, pixelated art. Ah, that would be so good. Ah, so nice. So yeah, I feel like the Pokemon interface type of thing could be a very good thing. It could also be something that we do as a theme. So everything that we've seen earlier from um, their own messages stuff, which right now I think that was from after. So I'm gonna go back up. All of these messages things like that could be the design of the cards in ban with the same colors, the same IDs, same things, pixelated, and so on. Um, to ask my dev in my team that wants to use AI for everything, why shouldn't just use AI myself and get rid of him? Other than that, I'm doing great. That is a good statement. Um, I think you should do it. Tickle, I think you should um, use AI. Apparently, yeah. I think you should use AI for uh, your own usage. Is this gonna work? It is gonna work. I don't know why that went away, but that went away. Oh, sorry, this is. I don't know why the camera is overheating. That's not supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen. Anyway, one second. Finishing the thought before the camera dies again. Um, I think you should use the AI to build something on your own and see if it's better than what the dev is providing. And if you are willing then to take over their job and do the things in their place, you can just say, well, if you want to use AI for everything, we will probably going to use AI for yourself as well. And we have proven that it's feasible. So depending on your take on this, either we don't or we do, in which case you are out of a job. Usually they you know, might not. Um, and yes, we have a. I mean, the basically, basically we have the Live Now module for like Twitch itself. The idea was to have an embedded version of the stream within the ban card itself when live, not just the dot. So, yeah. Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can do something about the temperatures of that camera because this doesn't make any sense. That that might that might do your thing. I am. I don't. I don't think I'm muted. I was. I was. That's my bad. Thank you. I think I came back. I pressed the button because habits, and that muted myself. That's my bad. Thank you for the recap. Um, yeah, no, I think you should potentially lean into it and tell them to use the AI as they wanted to use it, and then simply see if it can be better. Like, because potentially, as you say, like, you don't need AI to do a better job than what they're doing, and therefore probably they do need AI to do a better job than what they're doing, and in which case it would just benefit the company and be good in the long term. So I don't see why not. I don't see why not. Like, it could be a thing that works. But I get it. I get it. Let me reset these. Because the placement and the things, I feel like the dot are good. Again, I need that for presentation's sake. People need to know that, that's feasible and so on. But yeah, nonetheless, um, going there is a very highly probable thing in terms of creating a theme that is very much Pokemon oriented and inspired, because it's that easy. The thing is, doing the opposite of that is kind of complicated to get, like, the thing in dark mode, so we end up with something that looks like we had one earlier. Yeah, we end up with something that is the kind of like this, and it's fine, but it's not like necessarily the best option for what we're trying to do. I don't know why this is freaking out. My Mac is freaking out. Camera's freaking out. It's not good. Yeah. I mean, venting is good. Sometimes you need to. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I guess. Cute ass mascot. Cute ass mascot. I wish I had the time and the willpower to do some pixel art thing, because I used to, and it was fun. It's easy, but I just Figma is not the best tool for this, and I don't have the best tool for this anymore. So yeah, one day, one day it will be fine. Anyways, moving on. Moving on. Um. So yeah, that's the thing. I need to work on then for the themes. So as I said, I kind of want to have the Pokemon inspired theme. I kind of want to have the which will be like the retro gaming inspired theme. I don't know if there are like many other card themes that I want to have. I know that I kind of want to be able to change the fonts of things. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you
Your own
mean?
labs raided my stream with 16 viewers.
God damn. Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, hi. I'm Away. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. It is a Friday, meaning that it's a review day. If you have anything that you want me to take a look at, feel free to share a link and I'll take a look. We are currently talking about Ban, which needs to get some sort of a new theme, because it hasn't received any in a bit.
Loki
And
Doom underscore is now following.
yeah. Do you go by Doom or do you go by Loki? Because I mean, both work. But thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. And the camera died a second ago. My computer is kind of dying right now, and then my heart is kind of dying at the same time, which is good news for everything. You go buy Molly, which is not going to be an option. I'm sorry. If I talk to someone called Molly, people in the chat don't know who I'm talking to. That's the issue. That is the issue. Whichever. I don't know which one I will pick. I will pick one of them, and we'll figure it out. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. And so Ban is this thing that I've built a while ago now that is a platform for your links. So think of it like a link tree, and if you have some things that needs to be shared with the world and so on, you can have a place for everything. And so right now I'm building or thinking about a new additional theme that would be a retro gaming theme, kind of like the Pokemon inspired initial games. So with that kind of bluish black and that kind of yellow greenish white as the Game Boy screen was. But that's something that I'm thinking about. But I'm also thinking about potentially giving you the ability to change the fonts for something that is more adapted to your needs. Same thing as here and so on. So that theme specifically is the newest one, which is the TUI theme, which works pretty well. I do like it a lot. I like this one a lot, obviously, but you know, as always, I need to present shit. So presenting shit. But yeah, changing fonts. I think Tap is the one in question that has the thing. Nope, not Tap. Great, maybe. Yeah. Grid is giving you some fonts as options. So if you want to change everything in a way that just is more dev oriented and so on, this is something that I thought about having. It's not as good as it could be, but that's a start. I got 2 views. I doubt it. The other one is Averly, I think, that has something that is kind of similar. I forgot if I signed in with Google or if I signed it with something else. It has started to do some stuff. Some changes. That is crazy. That's a flower. That is not a setting wheel. That's such a weird thing to do. But yeah. They have good stuff. Not gonna lie, they have some good stuff here and there. I'm guessing the analytics is now in the paid plan. Let me see. Let me see. Sorry. God damn. My God. That is expensive. I do like what they kind of have done. Also, the settings don't work. What the fuck? Nothing works. Oh yeah, that whole page is dead. That's the reason. That's interesting. But layout wise, it makes no sense if you wanted to have something that is grid based for the settings as well in order to stay on theme, which is a pretty good option. I would have had my upload limit right there so that it's stacked together, maybe have a bit of a support next to the profile, or I don't know. I would do something about that whole thing, but no, that's not what they did. But they have a good presentation here. Sorry. I feel like this is, yeah. I feel like this is inspired by this section. I'm not gonna say it's better, but it's not worse. That's for sure. It is fine. But yeah, no, having like a bit of a new theme could be a good option, and potentially giving you access to the fonts is a pretty easy thing to do. The only issue that I have is preload. I had it. I had it implemented in the settings at some point, and it was in the like payment system. Like basically, you had an option under the profile to say custom domains, and that was like with the pill saying that, oh yeah, you need to subscribe to get the thing. I will probably at some point when I figure out exactly how it should work and how to connect the custom domains, because it's pretty simple and it's pretty easy to give you like a redirect situation. It's basically gonna be saying the slash a, for example, which is mine, is just redirecting, or is sent as well. The code is sent as well to your custom domain, but I don't know how to do that yet. So probably at some point I'll do it. But yeah, it is. So I'm currently using Cloudflare, which means that it should be easy to put in place. And custom domains is not something that I need to pay for. It's something that you are paying for. You have your own domains, you have your own stuff, and you just connect them. So it's the same thing as, it's going to break the stream. It is the same thing as Framer that is sending something to a custom domain. So when I'm in there, for example, and I say in my settings, if it loads, then I go into the domains and I define the custom domains right here. It's basically the same thing. So I need basically to be able to do that and define what are the CNAME. How do I do that? How do I update and so on? Thank you. I appreciate it. This is a good theme. This is a good theme. Okay, I see. I need to market the TUI theme for devs. I see. Appreciate it. But yeah, that's basically what I need. As soon as I understand how I can do this, which means that the URL, which is band.me/something, can be a redirect for whatever domain you have, and I'm giving you this to put inside of your records and so on. I feel like it should be easy and it should be a simple thing, but yeah. It's gonna be the next task, at least for me. We have this to do, the new themes, and probably fixing the analytics. Because if I had 29 views in the past 7 days, where the fuck are they? They're supposed to be somewhere here at 29. But no. They don't show up anymore. We store them, but it's just like not loading, and I don't know why. So I'll figure it out. I do love this though, the fact that everyone is clicking on the preview map because of the first card, but also, it's there. I like it. I think the TUE is good if you are not a designer. If you're a designer and you need to showcase content, showcase like the work that you've done, this is more highlighted than others, so I do like this a bit better. But everything is fine. Everything is fine. Switching themes though shouldn't revert the background. Yeah, the fans are freaking out. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. But yeah, other than that, custom domains is something that I wanted to have alongside the analytics. The analytics are in the paid tier. And then, yeah. What is the issue with the images version? Is it the fact that it has a gradient on top of it and readability is really bad? Is that the thing? That's probably the thing. Also, you are in light mode. What's the issue? I mean, you don't have a choice. Technically, you just have this. So, yeah. This is crazy. This thing is supposed to load the image as well, and it doesn't. It's kind of sad. Yeah, because everything is at the same level. The only thing that you can do to place things higher or lower based on what you want to create or what you want to display or whatever is going to be creating sections for the hierarchy. So having like a section like this could help, but yeah, I don't think this is much better for you, the hierarchy of information. I feel like it's basically the same thing. But because you have the previews in some cases, which I'm gonna say that I think I'm the only one that has access to the previews, because I loaded them a while ago. So yeah, I don't think I would have that again if I even reload my own stuff. Like I'm not getting anything. Which is kind of bad. I don't get why I have some previews here and there, and in some different loading it just doesn't do anything. So I do not know. But I get it. I get it. I don't think you can do much, to be honest. Even here, I feel like everything is kind of looking the same. The only one that stands out is because they have colors. So YouTube is standing out. TikTok is pure black, so obviously it's going to stand out. If it's in dark mode, it's going to not stand out much. And then the others, is yeah. I mean, they stand out based on their color scheme. Spotify is going to be green. Discord is going to be purple. Twitch is going to be purple as well. So it makes sense. I kind of see your point. Kind of. But I mean, I'm based on that. I'm guessing that the minimal is basically the same thing, based on the fact that it has the color scheme for the backgrounds for the brand cards. You end up with something that is more highlighted in the hierarchy of what you want to showcase, but then it's the same. Like, from my point of view, it's the same thing. It's just like you have the hierarchy is what you want to showcase the most is going to be at the top of the page, and what you don't really care about is going to be lower in the page. So maybe, but I get it. I get it. Oh, goddamn. As I said, I need so much sleep. That's crazy. So if we just go back to this, because that's an interesting one. Going with the going with the Pokemon style, Game Boy style thing, I feel like we could either find a Game Boy theme somewhere, and then use that as a starting point. But this is the oldest one. This one would work. I think it would be something related to dithering, adding some dithering to the images so that we have that effect is not a bad idea. It's not a great idea, but it's not a bad idea either. And then going with these colors could work as well. Kind of greenish thing. It's just like the reverse is really bad. Really bad. But yeah, you could also create your images based on the hierarchy that you want to have, and going on to Kev again, because it makes sense. Kev created these images on purpose. Like, decided to say, well, these ones makes a lot more sense based on the styles of card that we have, and just wanted to do that. And that, makes sense. I don't think it would work. The thing that you shared in here, I don't think it could work. The only one that makes sense is the player and the MP3 player, potentially, for the Spotify one. But that's about it. Having a fan makes absolutely no sense. And even though I like these things, they are fun to see, I don't think it would technically work. These buttons could be great for like the Spotify players, but because you can't control the music, it doesn't make any fucking sense either. So that's a bit of the issue with it. The only thing that I could take as a reference is the border itself. So if I had like something like this, and I create that double sided element, maybe that could work. But that's the only thing that we can do, basically. Nothing else really make any sense. Like, you just need this. That is that color with an inner shadow right there. That is somewhere around here. Pure black, no blur. And then let's do 8. Let's do 0 for that. And let's make sure that we're using something like the edge color, this one. And then duplicating it to get the same thing with the inner color that we have here, with a spread of 6 instead of 8. And then just rounding the corners based on the user selections. That's going to be somewhere around 40 for this size, and precisely for what was, it's going to use the 60-ish, but for the sake of presenting it, the 100 is going to be the thing that is there. And that would be a theme for the cards borders. So everything else would just slide in and be displayed in there. So you would have the text that goes there with, I think I did that at 20, meaning that for here we're probably going to need 32 for the size of this. Something like this. Wrong key. Wrong key. That would be the cards. So, I mean, the main card, the only thing that I would have to do is use the icons, like the Spotify icon, the Behance icon, like basically the brand icon could work. But yeah. Penny, work on it. It is brown. Yeah, it is the Rams design stuff. So they have like a ton of presentation, and in there, it looks like it's a lot of things that have been AI generated. I'm not gonna lie, specifically for these things, they look kind of based on the perfect angle and so on. It might be AI generated. I don't fucking know. Sometimes I looked at this and I said, this central part is doubled. So maybe, but nah. But it's cool nonetheless. Would you like them? No, I'm thinking about adding a new theme, and I have 2 options. I have, so Kane proposed the Ram slash Brown road system, and it could work, but I don't think it would, based on the level of simplicity that is in there, and the way that things are supposed to be. So I don't think I have the social icons or I don't think I have a social icon that I can use. Maybe Facebook could be somewhere inside of this pack. I just forgot where it is. But yeah, we do have this one. I'm gonna use that for now, just for the sake of presentation and attempt. But I would basically need to use shit like this at, oh, let's do 48. It's gonna be fat. And so I would need to do something like this, or to do something like putting it on the other side just for the sake of, you know, having it on the other side. And then in order to make it work, it would need to be done like this. And I'm not against it, but I feel like it might not be the best option to make it work, you know? It's it's basically what needs to happen. So it is fine. It's an option. It's not as good as I want it to be, and most importantly, the layouting here is just like almost impossible to build and to make sense in a small value. Nice. Icons are made of dots. It's not a bad idea. It's just too complex for some of the things. So I know that we have a lot of packs that already exist, like similar to this one, which this one doesn't really have shit, to be honest, in terms of the amount of icons that are available in there. So that's not what we want. But there are a lot of people that have pixel icons, if I remember correctly, that could work for this if I add the eye within it. I think I have downloaded these ones already so that they can be used, and so that basically the only options that we have. But yeah, like it's not something that is easily switchable. Okay, cool. The only thing, and this is bad, but the only thing that we can potentially do is get it to be, let's make that even bigger, so 2 points. And then we can go in there and change everything to not have any of the effects, make the image itself that orange, and then on top of that, on top of that thing, we get I guess an 8x8 is going to be the best option. 8x8 with 4 dividers, probably. That bottom one makes no sense, but it's fine. And then from here, if I just merge that together and make them dots and move that above and then use that as a mask. Like that's basically the only thing that we can do to get the icon to conform to the dot grids things. And then probably, not gonna lie, probably gonna just reuse that, not as a mask, put it underneath and make these a bit darker than the rest. Maybe I can take 3 of them on the edge. God damn it. It didn't. It's not the one that I wanted to edit. It's this one. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. But it doesn't really, it doesn't really work. You don't really have the ability to get the thing to shine through properly, specifically for these things. So I would basically need to get every single website, every single ID of an icon to be able to be branded here, and that's not a thing that I can do. Not easily, at least. That's what I would say. So yeah, not the greatest. Not the greatest. What? Thanks a lot for the likes on YouTube. I appreciate. The dotted, the pixelated version is not a bad idea. It's just like so much setup to figure out like dotted icons like this. We don't have a ton, so like these are great, but they are great for a very specific thing, and it's a very specific matrix of dots. And we don't have more than that, so I like this looks like shit. Right, this is shit because you have like some uneven alignments. This is much better, but it's not practical. This is more of a line stuff, so it doesn't really do anything. These ones are the one that you are talking about, basically. That's the one that would need to be created and or to be found for social medias, for other platforms. But then we only have 9 right here, in which case Facebook is probably not going to be a link. Twitter probably, Instagram probably, YouTube probably, Messenger probably not, Snapchat maybe, and LinkedIn maybe. So technically there is like 6 of them that are good, but the rest are not. Like Google Plus doesn't exist anymore. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing. We would end up with a skeuomorphic hole for sure in there, but it's not. I feel like this is okay, not great, but okay. It's a simple, easy to implement icon placement, but it breaks from the system, and we would just have the icons as an option, which is not exactly good, but potential. I need to pee. 1 second. I guess. I guess. I think we could find something similar to the icons on the Nothing phone. Designers, Twitter account, and Behance account, and so on, so that we can have some inspiration there, but it's not like as good. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It would work though. This one would work. I feel like the Pokemon one would be very similar when it comes to the build of it. So you would end up with 3 of these effects, which is kind of the more complex things to do. The inner shadow number 1 would probably be something around 10. It is bigger and fatter, so in order to make it work, it would be 12 on this one, something else around 8 on this one, and then a duplicate of this one on top of the content right about here, but making it, I think that, like 2 or 3. I mean, 3 looks good, but it's not good. Let's do 4, so it makes sense. 8 to 12 is 4. 8 to 4 is 4, so yeah, that makes more sense. And then the content in there, the colors would be like pure, that kind of grayish thing. And the container itself would be that yellowish gray right here, from the Game Boy. Like that's the thing that would work. So these, if I do a 1B on this and a 1B on this, and then frame on this so that you have a background and you see the the secondary border, like that's basically what would need to happen. And probably for the sake of rendering this thing properly, the title and header, like in subtitle, would have a drop shadow that would be as sharp as it needs to be. So something along the line of 1 amount of sharpness and maybe a Y of 4 and a X of -1, -2 could just create that effect. Same thing for the icon at the top. But yeah, like that's basically the other option, which is fine. Again, it's okay. But yeah, I feel like straight down is good. Not even an X difference. Like that's a thing. For me, that works. This is a very simple, very easy to do theme, but that's also the issue. It is a very easy to do theme, and therefore I'm like, I don't know. Going back to where I was going toward when we were on this, Pulse is the other one of these websites that is creating like a link in bio system. And in their themes, in their designs, we have this one is new. We have things like this, which contains the font that changes, but also the effect on the elements cards thingy. So it's interesting as a whole for how it is presented, but it is shit every time. Sorry. Like there is something interesting, but it's just a background. Like 99% of the time is just like, oh yeah, the background image changed. And that's it. Like if I go in between this one and this one, they are the exact same thing. They have a different font for the name. But that's it. Like these two are exactly the same thing. It's just an image in the background. And I'm like, is it really worth paying for just having the ability to get an image in the background? I don't know. Also, this is so bad for readability and so on. So I'm really uncertain of that ability. However, creating like a gradient background is a pretty cool thing. Changing the font is a pretty cool thing. So that's the system. I do like this as a hero section. I feel like this is pretty good, but $4.99. God dang. Never. Never. Oh my god. So yeah, that's the thing. They have like, there is a ton of options. We have a ton of options. We have a ton of things that we can do. I just don't think any of it makes sense or make as much sense as it should. And important part, I'm kind of stacked already. Like, either I drop 4 new theme at once, or 2 new themes and I stack them underneath, like 3 on 2 lines, or I make this whole thing scrollable, and I hate this, but it's potentially the option. But yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Might work though. Look at that. That switch in between the two is such a brutal switch. I need to bring back the smooth transition, because goddamn, that's so bad. But yeah, a bit of color in your themes. That's not good. That's pretty black. Yeah, that doesn't take the color in question. I found a bug. This is the best place for the OKLCH thing. The thing that we are using on Yoka, for example, is the same concept, same ID. You want to have a neutral gray, which right now it looks kind of green, but it's kind of neutral. You want to have a neutral gray, and then when you are switching from a regular tone to something that is more blue, your grays are taking that kind of blue hue all around. So it makes more sense. And it looks coherent. That's the plan. It's always the plan. But yeah, that's the thing. So this is broken. Interesting. Good to know. I'm guessing it's probably because of that. Yeah, that was the issue. It understood the thing, but it didn't translate properly, which is the shorthands for Xcodes, hexadecimal codes. As in, you can use 1 character, 2 characters, or 3 characters. As long as they're repeating, it works. So If you type 1, it's going to be 111 for everything. If you type 1B, it's going to be 1B, 1B, 1B. If you type 1B3, it's going to be 11BB33. So the shorthand in the theme is not working as I intended it to work. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. So yeah, adding that would be pretty useful. It would probably pre-select background color as well. So instead of having the pure black option, we could have a thing that is a bit different. Maybe the Game Boy theme is not light or dark, but only Game Boy theme. That's an option, and then we need the ability to give you the ability to switch the fonts. And that should be a pretty simple thing to do. But yeah, that would work as well. Same exact thing. Probably, to be honest, probably the Game Boy one would have no corner radius. Or if it had corner radius, it would be a hammed corner radius, like a pixelated transition, not necessarily like a round thing. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe something like this. Maybe the inner one needs to be sharp, I think. I feel like this is a potential. Sharp in the corner and so on. Could work. Could work. Confident Code. Hi, welcome on in. How's your day going? Thanks a lot for stopping by. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. It could work. It could work. How was your week? That is the usual question on this one. Maybe a double on this could make it more interesting and more better working. Good job, me. I don't think that the blur layer is a good option. I mean, the one blur makes sense to create that indentation, and then my inner shadow at 25 is fine, but my 55 here is a bit too much, so that would make more sense. Probably would need to duplicate these two and place that as drop shadows and drop shadows to get the things proper. So this one is going to be a -2, and this one is going to be a 2. So that we have the transition. The idea is to get like the inner drops and so on. I am going to say that this is not good. Gonna do 1. Gonna do 1. It's gonna be okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah. I see. What is the time for you? Are you like Australia based? 12:30 is like, no, 12:30 is more like another, yeah, the other side. 12:30 p.m. is just like not what I call night based. I'm looking here, and I was like, yeah, 12:30, yeah, New York time, makes sense, makes sense. Makes sense. That's shit though. That value, shit. Pure trash. Anyways. That's an okay thing. I feel like, you know, we could have C1 probably go with a darker-ish thing, switching the two so that the bottom is highlighted. Small details. And Kane, you said tinted doesn't work. What do you mean? What do you mean by tinted? Which tinted? Tinted icons? Or tinted cards? So yeah, Coffees and Code. We do a lot of design around here. It is Friday. It is a review day. So if you want me to take a look at one of your design stuff, project things, and give you some review on that, it's an option. It's an option. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. You would have somehow a tint on top. I will always use the bird. There, I mean, there is no. Yeah. Always. I will always use the bird. Yeah, it would. It would work. Probably. Probably as an option. No, on the icon is not a good idea. You need the card itself to take like the thing, so that basically the text is taking the hue that you want to have, and you know, like that's the teeny tiny changes that you want to have. This is too brown, by the way. I think it's my glasses. This needs a lot more green and grayer, greener thing inside. So, yeah. Let me click on that thing. Let me click on that thing. The get brick. I don't remember this. I kind of do, but I also don't. What happened? I don't remember this. Oh my god. Why? 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 That thing? Companies should just hire me for my eyes. That's it. That's all they need. Yeah, no, I mean, these things are gonna make money, and I am so pissed. I'm so pissed at the fact that the thing that I'm making the most money on the App Store for now, like right now, specifically on iOS and Android, are vibe-coded apps that looks like shit, that do nothing, like the Roast Me apps, the things that are just like taking an image, passing it through an LLM, and then giving you a roast based on something. It makes absolutely no sense to me, and it's making like thousands of bucks per month just because it has either good marketing or it has been picked up by someone one time and then it blew up for some fucking reason. and I don't like it. I'm jealous. Yes. Yes. This makes more sense. This would be a better thing. To get these is a better thing. This is a better thing. Let me just spam for a second. These links are better. So yeah, I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that. What I wanted to take a look at, because of that thing that you just talked about, is I think I bookmarked that. I think I didn't bookmark that. I may have liked it. I may have just liked the thing. There is a post that was on my feed right about here. This is the type of design that we were talking about for the portfolio of... I forgot the name. Someone else. On Monday or on Wednesday. I have forgotten. But that type of design is a current trend. And, you know. Yeah. The one that I have in my head right now, the app that I talked about, is an app that was vibe coded by someone and acquired by Sean, which will make no sense to you if I just say Sean, but the only reason why I know about it is basically this. He decided to put a bit of a bounty somewhere around here, I think. And he said he has something along the line of a specific amount of budget where he can just buy an app. And he wants to buy an app, or he wanted to buy an app that is working, that has users, that is doing some revenue, but isn't really like the best thing in the world. And right now it's making $800 a month, which is already pretty impressive. And when you look at what it is, it's really shit. Like from a design point of view. It's just, it's the most basic vibe coded thing, and he bought that from the creator. Well, I don't know how much. I don't really care. I think he said the number. But it's just, I don't understand how before acquisition it made $800 a month. Like, that's the thing that I'm like, I don't get it. And I don't think these company are like gaming the system that much. So the goal for Sean specifically, and that's, I don't mind that Sean bought the thing, and I understand why he decided to do so based on the video and so on. If you want to watch the video, yeah, I can send you the link as always. But basically the goal is for him to have a portfolio of apps that is basically touching on everything. And this one is an AI wrapper, and it didn't really have any other apps that were using AI internally to do stuff. So this one was the I guess the cheapest and the best use case for his portfolio thing. So it makes sense, but also $800 a month for this shit, I'm like, god damn. That's crazy. The fact that I haven't made $800 in 2 years with my 2 apps combined is crazy. So jealousy. That's all it is. It's just jealousy. Don't worry about it. But yeah, that style is a thing that is similar to the brick thing that you shared. That's, I mean, to me, that looks similar. It looks similar. But this is the same thing. This is like a very vibe-coded TUI thing. Same vibe as this. Same vibe as this. It makes sense. So yeah, it would need that overlapping thing. It would also be a bit of a pain in the ass to have like these multiple borders effect. Um, I guess I can do that with a border offset in CSS. I might be able to get something like a multi-border effect and a multi-border offset. To get that to work. But I doubt it. I doubt it. So yeah, that's the thing. The RAM's option is an option. The Game Boy is an option. I feel like the best of the two is going to be the Game Boy because it's the easiest to put in place. And this one is going to be a bit more complex because we don't really have these corners yet. I know that the new CSS implementation does provide this, but I do know that this is a bit of a weird thing. So I am probably not gonna do that. But I mean, why not? Why not? An agent that is immortal as in movies. Well, Chuck Norris is dead now, if you don't know about that. He just died last week. This week, I think. Yeah. He will come back. Yeah. I think right now there is a guy that is on my For You page from TikTok that has decided to build an AI agent, and he said, "Here is the budget that you have. You need to make X amount of money as fast as possible. Like, do everything that you need to do in order to achieve your goals, and your goals is to become immortal, basically the same thing that you just said." And so they basically are saying, well, you need to figure out a way to buy your own hardware, like your own GPU, your own computer, your own stuff, so that you can sustain yourself and become like sentient, roughly. And so that's an interesting journey, but yeah. We'll see if it comes out interesting. I doubt. I doubt. I see the issue. I see the issue on this one. So my issue on this is the layer blur that is right there doesn't need to exist, and my drop shadow needs to have a blur of 2. My inner shadow needs to have a blur of 2. And then my drop shadow needs to have a blur of 2. And my drop shadow needs to have a blur of 2. And now we have a proper indented thing. I made a mistake. Really? God damn. Is it isn't it already plugged with his chatbot? I feel like it is. I feel like it is. Maybe not. Maybe not, but yeah, that's a good imprint. Okay imprint. We could benefit from a bit of a layer blur as well on this one for 0.5 or some shit, but that's not necessary. This is just to smooth the transition between the edges here and there, but that's it. Also, I didn't really react to your first message. I'm happy it works. I'm kind of sad that it works, but I'm happy it works. And someone on my feed today said something that is interesting about like working in corporate, and it is setting up the meeting to approve the approval, or requesting the approval of the setting up of the meeting to approve the approval of the task. And so you need to do all these steps to go into getting the recognition, because you are doing the thing by the books and so on. So I get it. I get how frustrating that is. Yeah, I mean, it could work. I not against it. Not against it. That's just, yeah, a detail. Detail. Anyways. Anyways, I need to leave you and send you somewhere. I know. I know it's a shorter one. I mean, not really, but still. Shorter than usual. I need rest. That is currently what is happening. I know that Clark is probably just starting, and therefore that would be good. Starting time. It makes a lot of sense. It's good. I mean, if you want to send it to me now, I would love to take a look at it, but you haven't sent it to me, so you know. Is it something I can share on stream, or is it not something I can share on stream? That's gonna be the question. Is it shareable? It's a nice animation. I have a feeling that the orbs in the background, the thing that is like growing, is probably something that is more visible on your end than it is on my end, based on the minifying of the GIF. But there's something in there that is weird. You're pressing the images and then they collapse. I feel like you should press and collapse at the same time. Yeah. I think you should press and collapse at the same time, and then when it's collapsed, it goes back up, and when it fan out, new images, different things. Maybe have a set of like 9 or 12 images that are like very low resolution and just like, you know, you can see the shape and so on, but a shuffle, basically that's the thing that you want to happen. You want the system to go through and find stuff. So you want it to press in, collapse, which is basically the shuffle, expand, the first one stay the same, potentially, and you have like 3 new images. Maybe you can reorder them at some point, doesn't really matter. And then press down again, which is the shuffle again, and then you bring it back, fan out, 3 new things or 2 new things. That could be an interesting thing just for the sake of the animation and the output of the, you know, of the thing. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I think I like the details of this teeny tiny thing right there. I think that thing is pretty cool, but on that level, I can't see shit. So, yeah. That is the situation. That is the situation. Nonetheless, I'm sending you to Clark. He just started. He's still screaming. And I need to go do some stuff. So yeah, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. If you want to ask a question, or if you have a question for me and I'm not live, you can join the Discord so that you can ask there when I'm not live. If you have a perfume collection, use perfume. If you have a link collection, use ban. And if you want to learn Japanese, use can. That's all the links that I have. I have once again forgotten to change that number. This is stream number 35. So yeah, it should be 36 on Monday. I will be back on Monday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. And yeah, nonetheless, Kane, you won. Congrats. That is impressive. Congratulations. And yeah, maybe I'm dead this weekend, and then I won't see you on Monday. Maybe I'm not, and I'll see you on Monday. Take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill, and I'll see you soon. Bye. I'ma try, but we never know. We never know. Also, hi, Binox.